Alrighty, guys. Good evening. Happy fucking Wednesday. Hope you guys are having a wonderful evening so far, guys. Tonight we're going to be doing more Overwatch 2. Yes. The OW2s. Good. See where things go tonight, guys. We are on my new system. This is not my 5900X. I'm now on a 13900K. Yeah, which has an excessive amount of coil whine. So, yeah, I get to wait and buy a new motherboard and see where that goes. No. Well, not wait. I get to buy a new motherboard and see where that goes. Good. I ran a stress test overnight, a P95, so Prime 95 stress test overnight, to see if maybe I could hammer down the coil whine, and I think it might have worked a little bit. I'm not sure though. So, yeah. I'm gonna keep doing it until I get my new board, see what happens with that. But yeah, otherwise, good. Hope you guys are having a wonderful evening. Yeah. So we had one really good game yesterday in Overwatch 2. Then every subsequent game basically turned into the same thing as when I had my 5900X. It's like, momentarily, I had to really, like my system was operating really good for one game. And it's my first game of the night. First game at all. And then it's like the system took into account that I was doing well and then hammered it down. It really makes me start to wonder if this game has dynamic difficulty adjustment in it, and I'm actually debating on posting something about that. I don't know if it's going to matter at all, but making a pretty long-winded post about dynamic difficulty adjustment, because at this point, it seems an awful lot like Blizzard, or Overwatch in particular, is trying to keep you at a specific accuracy or performance ratio. And that's dynamic difficulty adjustment in a nutshell. Yeah, so like my new system performed really well first game, and then second game, it was almost immediately back. I had 60% accuracy, which I've never had before. 60% accuracy and like 30% direct hit accuracy. It was pretty insane. I could hit direct shots in Mercy all the fucking time. It was absurd. It was absolutely fucking absurd. And then after that game, it just immediately tanked. Yeah, it's like something took into account that I was doing well and then started fucking with me again. Which I'm pretty sure, it's not my computer, I'm pretty sure it's Overwatch. I think there's something in Overwatch that does it. We went through and looked at top 500 players that play Pharah yesterday in Overwatch, and they're all basically around my accuracy. It's like low 40%, usually around 41%. And then with direct hit accuracy is also like low teens, so somewhere around 12%. And it's the same way for every fucking player. Some people are worse than that, but there aren't anyone that's better than that, like a lot better. So, yeah, I'm very much starting to think that the game will actually prevent you from doing too good. And how can you have comp? That's comp players, by the way. How can you have comp in that situation and have ability to separate it out? Well, first off, it's going to do a worse job of separating everyone out because you'd have to play an insane amount of games to differentiate between accuracy, essentially how good you can do outside of a normalization system. You could figure it out. You could figure out who's better than everyone else, but it would take more games because you're also bumping up people that are doing worse than they should, and you're lowering people that are doing better than they should. And as such, it basically kind of levels everyone out to a baseline. Dynamic difficulty adjustment is an actual term. It's an actual concept. It is copyrighted or trademarked by EA. A system is. And it exists for sure in FIFA. Right here. Yeah. It's supposed to work on flow, but in doing so, it literally robs you of your ability to have entropy over a situation, have self-efficacy over a situation. Your ability to actually do well is robbed from you. And I don't know who designed the system, but this is basically fucking everyone in the ass. This is a horrible, horrible, horrible idea. It should not exist. SBMM, I 100% agree with. This, I do not agree with. This will manipulate you and prevent you from actually being better because it'll always try to put you into a system where you're doing just right. Yeah. So it's trying to make you think as though you're just doing well and you're doing all right. And in doing so, it's like being in lukewarm bathwater. What is dynamic difficulty adjustment in gaming and in FIFA? FIFA, the phrase is quite complex, but it simply means a mechanic within a game's code that can adjust certain gameplay aspects to make it more difficult or easier for players to carry out certain actions. Yeah, something you never, ever, ever would put into a competitive first-person shooter. Ever. Or a highly competitive game at all. Or would you put it in comp and have it in just the casual gameplay? Especially. And I'm very, very certain it is in Overwatch. Might even do things like it adjusts how fast you can turn too. Like it fucks with your flick aim. And it wasn't like this in Overwatch 1. I did not feel this way at all in Overwatch 1. In an RPG system, guys, I don't think this is necessarily a bad thing. So they do this. I remember this in Borderlands too. They'll do it in Borderlands, Fallout. Basically, as you level up, enemies get stronger. That's the whole point. So you don't out-level the area, and then it becomes meh. Competitive first-person shooters, on the other hand, any sort of competitive game, I don't think it has a place at all. Like you're playing against AI in Homeworld. There's always been cases where AI cheats simply because they can't make good AI. That's nothing necessarily to do with dynamic difficulty adjustment as much as it's supposed to do with the level of AI that you put into the game. Class action lawsuit in the United States District Court of Northern District of California accused game developer EA of using dynamic difficulty adjustment technology in 3 EA Sport franchises. Plaintiffs say EA uses this technology to push players into purchasing more loot boxes in the form of player packs, saying that it effectively makes even higher stat players not play as well as they should. Yeah. And it makes a lot of sense if there's a monetary aspect of it, right? Like, you don't want players to get discouraged from playing the game because they're having a bad day, right? You want to make sure that they're all having about roughly the same kind of day. They're just having a decent day, right? They're just not, it's not too good, it's not too bad. But as such, when people get fired up and they actually are performing well, they don't get rewarded for doing so. And vice versa, when they're doing poorly, they're getting rewarded for doing so. It tries to put everyone into like a state of lukewarm bathwater. And in a competitive game where people are supposed to be driven by their own internal, like, mechanism, I guess you could say, internal drive, this is a really, 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 really bad thing. In first-person shooters especially, it's a really bad thing. And anything that's competitive. Which also explains why top 500 players, when you look at some streamers, and there's a lot of people who are like, well, this game isn't all that different at top 500 level, and then top 500 players will be like, no, it's completely different. Yet they're playing it, you'll see them talk about games that they're getting, like, well, this is a game, or this is a top 500 game, something like that. And it has everything to do with the fact that I think there's actually dynamic difficulty adjustment in Overwatch. It's something that a lot of people have theorized, and I have, since Overwatch 2 came out. Now Overwatch 2 came out, And I am very much starting to think that this is actually part of the game. It's actually part of what exists in the game. It'd be very difficult to test, but you could definitely test this with an aimbot, because an aimbot would be able to tell exactly how much input it is using to reach a certain turn or a certain point in the game, and then it could actually validate or verify in basically Blizzard's game model. And it's not something that anyone uses an aimbot for, or cheat developers are even looking at, but you could 100% make a case for the game actually adjusting what people are doing, and versus you wouldn't even necessarily need to be an aimbot. Well, I mean, it'd have to be an aimbot because it'd have to be manual or like automatic input. It wouldn't be something where you probably could actually devise a program where it would look at the amount of input that you're using in your mouse, the movement on your mouse, and monitor it, and then monitor what happens in the game without actually changing the inputs at all. So you could potentially make a cheat slash verification program that would take this all into account. And it would verify basically the amount of movement versus how much you move in the game. My phone has become very slow. Which is generally what happens when your battery's going bad. When it doesn't have the right voltage, it starts getting sluggish. Yeah. And I've known that for a while. I've needed a new battery for a while. Basically, based on the charge rate. Can't power the things properly, and then as such, the cores won't clock high enough. It's actually pretty annoying. I can't tell if it's doing something or if it locked up. That's always a good sign. And one of the really fucking horrible things I hate about phones nowadays is battery placement is absolutely terrible. And they do that on purpose so that people don't replace the batteries and they just buy a new phone. You wouldn't want people replacing the batteries, guys. That'd make a device last longer. And then they realize that their phone actually isn't as slow as they think it is. fuck do I turn this off now? Exit button. Opened up a battery app and now it's stuck. Bye-bye. And gone. I love when they put a little thing, put a widget in your fucking bar, and it refuses to go away. There's no way to actually turn it off in the actual app. It's just a way of fucking getting them to look at their app, basically, is what it comes down to. But you can just force stop it and then close the app. Or close the app and force stop it, and then it goes away until you open the app again. Good? Good evening, Slane. How's your evening going, dude? Good, good, good. Yeah, dynamic difficulty adjustment, guys. I really hope that's not Overwatch, but I've postulated about it a couple different times. Whether or not it's true or not, I don't know. Let's take a look at the tubes and see what's going on here. Oh my god. Steve reviews a crazy looking video card. Wow. Hey, calendar. What's going on? We are looking at some tubers. Here. Just did it because of the memes. Critical Drinker. Maybe we'll take a peek at that. There's Tom Scott. Oh my god. Japanese toilets. Oh my god, a bidet. Why people are losing trust in AMD? Because they decided to min-max the shit out of their X3D chips? No way. No way. Final part of Attack on Titan of the final season, finally coming out, finally being released. A Grail reviews technology? No way. No way. AMD responsible for lack of ray tracing in some modern games? Possibly. I think there's a lot of people that understand that ray tracing actually isn't that amazing. It doesn't actually look that much better. Even though it has a huge performance impact. Oh, is there an Overwatch patch too? Oh my. Take a peek at this, guys. Oh my god. I knew there's One Punch Man. Alright, let's go. Let's take a peek at the Overwatch rights here before we get into too many tubes. We'll turn it into a video and see what's going on here. Alrighty. One Punch Man. Yep. Everyone loves crossovers. Apparently, Blizzard is hopping on that super hot crossover reaction, which Fortnite has done in spades at this point. Because the kids love stuff that doesn't look anything like their hero, playing their hero. To be fair, they've already done that for a little bit with other Blizzard games. I think they had a crossover with World of Warcraft and also one with StarCraft. I miss the StarCraft stuff. Have I seen the new Ant-Man movie yet? Yeah, no, I don't plan on seeing it. I heard it's pretty bad. I also heard it's supposed to be the start of the next batch of Marvel movies, which I also don't care about. I'm basically done with hero stuff at this point, superhero stuff. Unless someone does it better and different. Marvel formula has basically got a lot of agenda in it, and the movies themselves aren't even good anymore. Like they don't really understand why people look at comics or look at like shonen like movies, for instance, or manga. Why people like shonen stuff. And shonen basically has a formula, and if you guys don't know what the shonen formula is, you just need to take a look at Dragon Ball Z. Dragon Ball Z basically perfected the shonen formula, which is get stronger, your enemies get stronger than you, they hammer you down. You go through a growth phase, you get stronger than your enemies, you do it all over again. It was bad, yeah, I've heard it was pretty horrible. Yeah, and that's putting aside agenda that happens to be in it too. The putting aside the political agenda, that is just like, that's like just opening your mouth and shoving shit down your throat. But putting that aside, like, it wouldn't be bad if maybe the rest of the movie was good, but it's just all bad. It's just, there's no redeeming quality to it anymore. So why would I sit through basically an 2-hour long lecture course telling me what to do, what to wear, what to think, instead of, having a little bit of control over my life in the form of a shitty movie. I don't know. That looks like the script was written by ChatGPT at this point. I think at this point the meme is, I think Marvel movies are just written by ChatGPT is what it comes down to. They just put in criteria, checks boxes, and it shits out a script, which is terrible. I would actually not be surprised if script for some or all the current Marvel movies is written by ChatGPT. And someone just slapped a name on it. I thought it was originally Adderall. I think it's just ChatGPT. That's even lazier than an Adderall, is ChatGPT. To have someone tailor it slightly. Anyways, patch notes, guys. See if there's anything worth talking about in here. There's a crossover. Yep. Made changes, some adjustments made to the distance at which you can hear enemy footsteps. We've continued to refine this change and found a nice middle ground between where it was in Season 2 and where it's prior to today's patch. So they're changing footstep sounds. Once again, if putting aside maybe you not wanting people to hear something from far away, right? Render distance. There's 100% ways that you can increase the number of sound channels. So the maximum number of sounds that can play concurrently in a video game either can be hardware accelerated, which it used to be with EAX, for instance, and then OpenAL before EX didn't push that, or Creative didn't push that, and then shit the bed. Hardware accelerated audio, or you can just increase basically the overhead associated with more sounds playing and mixing. Up at the pinnacle of EAX, I believe they're up to 128 concurrent sounds playing at exactly the same moment. Now most games will play 16 or possibly 32. Depends on the game. And while that might sound like a lot of sounds, it's not when you got a lot of shit going on in the game at once, especially in battles, and then it comes down to priority of sounds. Which sounds will take priority over other sounds and shove them basically out of the mix. Yeah. And that's one way of saving on CPU overhead, in which a lot of games do, and they suffer because sometimes you need to hear everything that's going on around you, and that's not always what's happened. So here we are with not always being able to hear people's footsteps when they're sneaking up on you. In games like Overwatch, for instance, you won't hear like an enemy firing unless they're firing close to your position, not like near you, but rather shooting towards your position. There's something to do with that. So like if you hear someone, if someone's firing at you, you'll be able to hear them compared to someone that's not really firing at you, just shooting in general. Yeah, which is also fucking weird because you should be able to hear both of them and should be able to mix both of them properly. Once again, game audio, guys, I've talked about this before in the past. Game audio today is not anywhere in any way, shape, or form compared to what it used to be. I know that's kind of crazy to say, but in today's games, we have much worse audio than we used to in like the early 2000s, before consoleization took over. The early 2000s, where EAX was basically at its pinnacle as far as positional audio goes, mixing, vertical height, not Doppler, well, I mean effects in general, Doppler effects. What are they called? Sound stages. There's a name for them, but basically things, the way the rooms will sound different depending on what the room's made out of. They had different effects for that, and you could build them into your games very easily. Build them into your games, and then that all went away. It all went away when consoleization took over, and no one saw because everyone's playing with stereo anyways. There's no reason to have advanced sound, right? Just left to right, and that's all you need. Yeah, pretty terrible. And now, still to this day, putting aside max sound channels, we still have problems with verticality. Most ARM engines do not do HRTF, which is head-related transfer function, which is you being able to, your ears, because you have two holes inside your head, most people do, two holes which will receive sound even though like it's like they don't rotate, right? Like your eyeballs don't rotate and look at it. It can position where stuff is in relationship to you, and you can manipulate the way that sounds and make it sound like something's above or below you or side. The Dolby surround sound in Overwatch is pretty terrible. It's not as good as some other games have today, and that's just the way it is. Probably some of the best sound in video games is probably like Fortnite's positional audio, and even then that has problems. It's not in any way, shape, or form what it used to be. And Creative shit the bed on that one. They decide that they're just going to make cheap SoCs, so just chips that they can throw in someone's computer and compete with real tech. And even though they still make dedicated sound cards to this day, they're generally made with just a cheap chip, and like they don't really go out of their way to make something that's gaming related, except for just branding and slapping some LEDs on the side of it. They don't do what they used to do 20 years ago. No one does. And here we are, and with game engines that can't do sound properly, and no one knows they want it because it doesn't exist. You can't compare yourself to something that doesn't exist and go, oh, this is so much better, right? Wow, why doesn't this game have this? Instead, we're just trying to put ray tracing in this shit when the sound is horrible. There's a couple things in gaming that kind of had a peak, and then they kind of went away, and in doing so, the things got worse. Physics was another one, with the PhysX revolution, with Agia, prior to them shitting the bed and then selling off to NVIDIA, because they still kind of exist for NVIDIA has a PhysX driver, right? They still own the rights and basically all the IP from Agia. NVIDIA doesn't do anything with it. They basically just bought them out and then stopped. They bought out the competition, and then they just got rid of it, which would have been so much nicer to have accelerated physics in video games, well-made accelerated physics in video games compared to ray tracing. Much better usage of GPU processing power. You don't need to have a PPU, which is physics processing engine back in the day. Physics processing unit back in the day. You could use an old GPU, multiple GPUs, old GPU, and do physics operations on it. They don't. And the only time that physics is generally used in video games, putting aside some very basic ones like gravity, right? And maybe something bumping into you, is client side. So if you ever see PhysX interactions, it's almost always client. So you can take it out and it's just eye candy. And that doesn't really make for good gameplay mechanics. Physics gameplay mechanics can actually be really fucking cool and really interesting. And they don't do it anymore. It's not a thing. Like for instance, in Overwatch, they don't have like ice on the ground, right? They kind of have like slow fields. Occasionally, certain heroes have slow fields that kind of inhibit your ability to move. They aren't really physics drawn. It just slows down how fast your character moves, like the movement speed of your character. Most physics in video games are not actually physics calculations. They are just rules that they apply. And you could say physics are that way, but physics actually goes through a calculation when something interacts with it. And rules generally don't. Anyways, PhysX died out. More importantly, good audio died out with EAX, and Creative shit the bed on that one, and Windows fucked them in the ass while they're shitting the bed. They were shitting in the bed while Windows was fucking them in the ass, and video game companies were all enamored with console plebs because they're basically the new generation of gamers, which were really young at the time. And now they can afford computers, so they buy computers, and now they want better stuff because as they realize they have disposable income, and it's not just what their parents throw at them. Anyways, let's keep going on with the patch notes here, guys. Challenges, don't care. Challenges. We're taking a snapshot of each player's final stats during the match and persisting it on the tabbed scoreboard during post-match. Previously, wow. This is why work from home ended for Blizzard. This is why it's ending, because something that should have been in the game on Overwatch 2's launch is finally in the game. We're like, hey, where's the rest of the stats that I actually want to fucking look at? And everyone leaves the match and they take their stats with them. Weird. And then the stats don't work in the history browser either. Weird. Sometimes they do, but a lot of time they won't, especially if you restart your game. Okay. Good job, Blizzard. This is why work from home ended. But the management doesn't understand the woes of the employees, and that's why work from home doesn't happen. No, work from home doesn't happen because it allows a lot of people to slouch and they don't communicate properly. Despite the fact that they might think they communicate properly, they don't. Well, it'd be nice if everyone could work from home and do things properly. They can't. And sometimes people need human interaction or someone basically to be behind them cracking the whip in order to get them to do what they need to do. That's just part of life. That's just part of people dealing with people stuff. So, right there. Fix a bug causing large parties to wait longer in queue than intended. Probably wasn't a bug. It probably has something to do with the restrictiveness of the matchmaker. Which, if they're forcing a party which is going to have very, very random MMR and will completely fuck up any game that they'll probably be a part of because they're pre-made, only going against pre-mades or actually playing against a balanced match. Yeah, let's just tweak that a bit and turn down the restrictiveness on that a little bit so it's a little bit more lax, and they'll just, as long as they don't play against them again, it won't matter. And that's what I generally see is when I play against premates, I never see them again. Unless it's a 2-stack, I never see the premate again. I'll play against premates, it'll be one and done, and we'll usually get rolled, but you won't see them again. So my guess is Blizzard is offsetting the fact, just like with dynamic difficulty adjustment that we talked about earlier. I'm pretty sure Blizzard is allowing pub stomping because it makes them money, because when people are having fun, oh my god, guys, we're having so much fun, we completely decimated the enemy, yeah, this is so much fun, guys, because we just absolutely roll over everyone, it's not even a challenge for us, wow, this is so amazing. Yeah, not something you want for both sides, because, I mean, it makes it too easy, and I guess Some kids think that they're actually enjoying things, just like some people that cheat think that's actually their skill, and that they're having fun because they're actually that skilled, and everyone that's talking to them is talking to them because they're as skilled as it seems. No. Don't believe in that. Overwatch 1 did not allow that. You'd only play against other premades, and especially in competitive, unless you're in a 2-stack. Yeah, you definitely play against complete 4 and 5 mans in Overwatch 1, or excuse me, Overwatch 2, except you just don't play against them again. That's what I've definitely noticed, is you will not play against the same people again, the same premade again, unless this is 2-stack. They just go away. Even if the queues are really slow, you just don't see them again. Noxious shit. And they don't show you when you're playing against premades. You can surmise it based on the amount of teamwork, the amount of communication, how well people respond to what's happening around them, like a flank, for instance. Completely different. Completely fucking different. You'll see an entire team come to save a Mercy that is behind their team getting hammered. The entire team will turn around and help her when you're playing against a premade, because that's obviously usually the queen of the lobby, person of interest to the male individuals in that lobby. So they have to save the queen, right? A matchmaker will now prioritize putting parties together which have a similar delta between the highest and lowest rated players. Okay. We've made improvements that should help reduce unranked queue times and increase competitive match quality. Quick play. Never really been a problem. I think like waiting like 2 to 3 minutes for a balanced match is not an issue. It's when you get into like the 10 minutes that it's still have to worrying. If I'm waiting like 2 minutes for a match, that's not a big deal. And Blizzard doesn't even want that. It seems like they want to get the queues under like a minute. Otherwise people are going to freak out and leave. Competitive mystery heroes added to competitive play. Okay. Alright. Yeah, because people... That's definitely going to be fun. It's not. Once again, this game needs... I've mentioned this prior to Overwatch 2. This game needs an actual casual mode. It needs, like, what TF2 has. So, like, 10v10 or 12v12. It's the same. Maybe in 10v10, 9v9 would probably be accurate. Probably 10v10 with the ability to pick the same heroes. And then you could pick how many of each type of hero you want, like, DPS, tank, and support, because that allows for more of a meat grinder approach where it's not about personal skill and getting picked and then it's over. And then just raise the amount of, like, how fast you push the cart or how long it takes you to cap a point, and you just make it so it's more grindery. And that allows people to just fuck around and then just make the games longer. So, like TF2 used to be. With TF2, depending on the server, you could get in, like, I think 32-person servers. They weren't all, like, what Valve intended to be. I think even bigger than that. I think there's 48-person servers at one point. Despite the fact that the game was supposed to be smaller than that. You've added buttons to the competitive play menu that allow players to easily access tier legend, leaderboard, and competitive progress screens. Wow, something they should have added with the launch of Overwatch 2. This is why work from home ended once again. Players in top 500 now see an animated update of their current position on the leaderboard after each match. Alright, hero changes. Terra Surge can now be interrupted. Holy fucking shit. Why? Why would they do that? That's an ultimate. Oh, I think Hack is ultimate, isn't it? No. I think her ultimate's like Hack the World. Watch. Sombra is an underplayed hero, and I think she's actually a lot better than people think she is. And not because her DPS is good, it's about the fact that she debuffs. She's like a fucking warlock. Anyone that she debuffs is basically dead. If people know to look for it, they're just dead. And that's a big deal. And especially tanks, that's a big deal. She's a tank shredder in my opinion. And not because she does a lot of damage like Bastion, but because she can hack them and then they're fucked. Like Doomfist that's hacked is basically dead. Nope, Hack is the normal one. EMP is her ultimate. Nope, she can just use her cooldown. And despite the fact that Mei, for instance, got her CC completely removed, Sombra still has the ability just to fuck players, so... Yeah, it's kind of weird that people think that Sombra is bad, and still, like, she's rated pretty poorly on a lot of hero lists. She's not. She's just a debuff hero, and the team needs to play around whoever gets hacked. She can also flank and be really, really fucking horrible in a backline if people are coming out of spawn. But otherwise, like, she's not bad. Especially when people know what to look for. If they look for hack target and focus them, they're basically dead. Okay, so they did some, took out some micro on Ramada, which is you have to swippity swap in order to get more bonus armor. Roadhog got nerfed super hard. All he needed was to have his hook changed, and they nerfed his, like, an almost entire kit, especially his damage and the way he works. And Chain Hook will usually still kill you, not necessarily because Roadhog one-shots you, but the rest of the team will usually shoot whoever gets hooked, assuming you're a good MMR. Reduce the cooldown. He doesn't need that. Needs his, like, to rebuff his kit, besides the hook. Instead, they tried to buff the hook again. They don't need to buff the hook. One thing that need to be changed, and it's the one thing that they also changed back. What the fuck? And what about all the other shit in their kit that they did? Wrecking Ball. You can set separate aim sensitivity while transform into a ball. Interesting. They changed Minefield Armed from 1 to 1.25. The big change with Minefield that I don't think they documented was they changed the spread on Minefield. They made it so it gets bigger than it used to be. The spread out of the mines was higher than it was prior to them buffing Wrecking Ball. I'm pretty sure that was not documented in addition to the arming time. And I think that was actually what helped the most, because it made it so it's harder for people to get out of it. They basically increased the distance. Buff Zarya slightly. I don't think Zarya's even that bad. I think people just stop playing her because a lot of streamers stop playing her. A lot of people in the gaming community, guys, don't do stuff because they're thinking it through and because they're making an individual decision. A lot of it trickles down from, like, you could actually say, like, a... technological dissonance, is that it? Where it's the... No. Cognitive dissonance, no. Basically, there's like a point of origin for information and the way that people act and what they do. And oftentimes with a lot of communities, especially in video games, and when they get smaller, more so when they get smaller, in which all the information trickles down from a singular source. So you'll see people start doing stuff, and you'll see metas appear because someone is doing stuff, especially a big streamer in particular. Big streamers, big tubers have a lot of influence. Influencers have a lot of influence over communities. And as such, you'll actually see what they do will impact what basically other people are doing around them. And changes things. Even if we're someone's opinion, which may or may not be correct, will also change how people are doing stuff. I saw this a lot in Dead by Daylight. Depending on what the content creators were doing would change the game from day to day, week to week. Example being Eruption. Eruption was not a big deal up until everyone started using it. Eruption in Dead by Daylight got recently nerfed, but it was something that has been in the game for over a year. It existed in its current form. Well, it was its old form. It's now old form. Over a year, and it was not used at all. And it was not widely used, and people just kind of looked it over because big streamers weren't using it. Big streamers started using it, and they win, and then everyone started using it, and then everyone started bitching about it because everyone was using it, despite the fact that it hadn't changed at all. Its form did not change. It was in the game for over a year, and people just didn't use it. They ignored it. But despite it being in the game for over a year, it eventually reached the point where now it was used so much that people just constantly bitched about it until it got nerfed. Dead by Daylight is a game where BHVR is the game creator is very sensitive to the community, especially the survivors in the community, and they'll oftentimes change whatever they're bitching about because they're the meat and potatoes. It's a 4-to-1 ratio between killers and survivors, and as such, they pander to the survivors' player base because they're what bring in the money. They're what brings in the money. So, and there's a lot of survivors right now. If you look at Twitter on DBD, a lot of survivors that are bitching about killers, basically playing smart, and they're like, "Oh, I'm quitting this game now." But despite the fact, you can look and see there's incentive bonuses in Dead by Daylight, which is if one role, 4-to-1 ratio once again, because it's asymmetrical horror game, if one role is in more demand than another role, it'll get an incentive bonus. For each killer playing the game, there needs to be 4 survivors. That means there's a 4-to-1 ratio between these guys. Right now, there's a 100% bonus for killer almost all the time. For this one individual, to these 4 guys, there is a 100% bonus for this one guy. Which means these guys, there's a lot more of them than this one guy. And they're trying to incentivize this one guy to show up. Yeah, which isn't the way it goes. When you played Evil Dead, there's a waiting time for this one guy. For the one monster killer. Let's see. Show you guys here. We'll see if it's this way. It's definitely this way during prime time. I've checked off and on throughout the last couple months. Oh, I installed new hardware, so I don't know if the game's going to explode or something. We'll see. Yeah. They oftentimes cater to these four people because there's a lot more of these guys than this one guy. They matter a lot more is basically what it comes down to. Good. For some reason, it moves my mouse to my left screen. Or it did. It doesn't do that anymore for some reason. Pop my mouse to my left screen. Tough. A lot of things in the background, apparently. That being said, new hardware is probably compiling shaders or something. Yep. So if you look here, guys, this is the 4-to-1 ratio. There's 4 of these guys, this one guy. Depending on MMR, it will change the bonus, but I only think there's like 4 different MMRs for the bonus. No one's confirmed this. Someone could actually compile stats on this just by looking at regions and queuing, testing for this bonus every once in a while. Like literally looks here and takes a snapshot, and then uses algorithm to figure out if the snapshot's here or here, and then what the bonus is, which would be very, very easy to do if someone wanted to do that. But anyways, the bonus here is almost always on this guy now. It used to be for survivors after maybe 6 months ago. That has changed. It is now this. But you will see these guys bitching all the fucking time on Twitter. Bitching all the fucking time on Twitter. Despite the fact that there is definitely less of these guys playing than these guys are always complaining about these guys and talking about how unfair it is and how broken the game is for this one individual. Because when they lose, they get really angry. They're very spoiled and entitled. I used to talk about spoiled and entitled survivors all the fucking time when I played Dead by Daylight. Very, very spoiled and entitled. And as such, they've come to a certain level of wanting to fuck the killer. And they need to have, just like with dynamic difficulty adjustment, they need to fuck the killer. And if they don't fuck the killer, they get angry. Yeah, it doesn't even matter whether or not they actually deserve to do it. It doesn't matter at this point because they're spoiled and entitled. So these guys always deserve to fuck this one guy. Despite the fact you can clearly see, population-wise, you can clearly see that they're trying to incentivize this one guy to show up. Yeah, this has been like this for probably 2 months at this point, and you still just see survivors bitching on Reddit all the time. Or on forums, and Reddit is very, very survivor-heavy. Extremely survivor-heavy. People say it's equal, it's not. It is definitely not. It hasn't been that way for years. And I played Dead by Daylight, I think, for 2 years. We streamed Dead by Daylight. And during that time, definitely seeing the ebb and flow of the game. By the way, I was hook camp and tunneler and really fucking good at it long before it became a good idea to use strategy and tactics, when now some streamers talk about strategy and tactics. Yeah, our friend True Talent and Winter. Yeah, they love talking about that now. Winter just started doing it. He used to be an absolutely terrible player, and then all of a sudden, out of nowhere, a year and a half I started playing, he just started becoming much better. Yeah, and started doing basically almost identically to what I was doing, and then he'd copy my nuances, stuff that I would do on stream. And interesting in and of itself. But yeah, here we are. Plus 100% bonus, guys. It's not like these guys have 100% bonus and these guys are all quitting or something like that. No. This is here. This is fucking here because there's a lot less of these guys than these guys now. Yeah, it's not... By the way, I think my FPS cap disappeared. Yeah, when I reinstalled my drivers, I think it wiped all my shit. I used to have an FPS cap in Dead by Daylight on the NVIDIA control panel. Add again before I forget about it. All my settings got wiped after... I reinstalled my new hardware. Yep. Game has a soft cap in it, which I've talked about in the past. Unrelated. If you don't cap it under the soft cap, you end up with a lot of really weird shit that goes on. Anyways, getting back to the patch notes for Overwatch 2. Segue there. I don't think Zarya needed a buff. I think she was actually still good. I think a lot of people didn't play her purely because streamers aren't playing her anymore because she's not good, right? I don't think so at all. I think there's a lot of cases where Zarya brings a lot of oppressive damage to the table, and she just has to play more carefully because of her health pool. And people don't take advantage of that. They just do whatever streamers are memeing about. Oh my god, guys, did you see the guy play the ball? He's playing the ball. It's totally ball meta now. It's always balls. It's balls, 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 balls. Let's see. Oh no. Oh no, they buffed the shit out of Ashe. So Bob before was like a turret, but tanks could take aggro from Bob. They've now changed it so Bob functions like Torbjorn's turret. Bob does an insane amount of fucking damage. So if she takes someone once, that person is dead. If she takes that person once, they're now dead. Wow, this is a huge buff to Ashe. This is a huge, huge buff to Ashe. And people say this isn't, it is. Because Bob does a significant amount of damage. And if Bob is shooting at one target and Ashe is shooting at another target, possibly both these guys can survive. But now, if they're 2 and 1, Ashe is immediately going to take it first before Bob kicks in, and then Bob's going to kick in and DPS it down. I could see potentially team wipes from this. This is pretty absurd. Obviously, people are going to still hide from Bob, but tanks prior to this could actually try to handle Bob. This is also why I try to kill Bob instantly, because Bob is actually one of the most oppressive ults in the game. Simply due to the fact that he will deny an entire area. It's more powerful, much more powerful than May's Blizzard. And Blizzard really needs to address May. May's very, very shit right now. She's pretty bad. Walls shit. It used to be one of your saving grace used to be your wall. They need to do something with their cryo freezer flamethrower so it actually gives you an incentive to actually get close to people. Slaying people by 50%. It either needs to freeze them or stop them in place like it used to. Stop them in place. Or, freeze them. Or it needs to stop them and stop them from moving until she stops or something. Alright. Lunge. That just is double hop? What is lunge? It is double jump. Basically can double jump more often. Yeah. Don't know if that'll help. That'll make him more fucking annoying. And I guess they're trying to give him the ability to do more trick shots. Maze Blizzard Ultimate Cast Time sometimes led to situations where animation appeared to have been completed, but there was still additional time that it would get interrupted. So change. There's a lot of cases. May you have to throw it at your feet, by the way. I've played a shitload of May, not so much in Overwatch 2, but I played a shitload of May in Overwatch 1. You have to throw it at your feet, and then it'll stop D.Va from gobbling it. But at the same time, it'll also prevent it from... If you die while your ult is in the air, it will remove it from the game. You throw it, and you die, before it hits the ground, it'll despawn it. And it makes absolutely no sense in any way, shape, or form. I think Zarya's ult's the same way. That should not exist in the game. And it does, because you threw it, and that's basically it. Just like with Photon, the wall from Symmetra, when you cast it, even if you die, while it's still being cast, it'll still go off. May, you cast her ult, and then she dies, it's just gone. It'll disappear. Or if you get stunned, I think, if you get stunned while it's in the air, it'll actually despawn your ult. That used to be a bug. I don't know if it's still in the game, because I don't play a significant amount of May right now. That was really, 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 really absurd. And it still can be a problem if you're playing against a Doomfist, for instance. Which is hilarious. Is her entire time between when she throws it till when it starts on the ground, it can be removed from the game. And that's insane. And she's not, once again, a very powerful character to begin with. What? Pharah, in addition to rapidly launching her upwards, jump jets used to always move Pharah forward a small amount, which made the ability feel less responsive when trying to move to the side or backwards. This change now enables a small amount of horizontal movement. Oh my god, she's more agile in the air? That's interesting. I mentioned before, Pharah has become very inferior to the rest of the flying heroes. Guardian Angel Mercy, for instance. Putting aside 5th dimensional, she used to be 6th dimensional, they changed that. Putting aside 5th dimensional fighter jet known as Mercy, her Guardian Angel, her basic ability, is incredibly strong, is actually just better than Pharah can fly. Echo is better at flying in the air than Pharah is. Sojourn is better at flying in the air than Pharah is. Yeah, Sojourn is better at flying than Pharah is. There's a lot of heroes. Baptiste is better at flying in the air than Pharah is. And why is that? That's because he has like a slow fall. He doesn't fall at the normal speed. When he goes up, he actually comes down like slower than normal, and it really fucks with your aim. Because you think he's going to come down at like the gravitational rate, and it's not. He like slow falls when he goes up in the air. Probably could figure out eventually if you played against him enough. It is very difficult to deal with though when he's just popping up in there, especially if he has an aimbot. Torso hit volume width increased by 20%. Her torso hit volume was more difficult to hit compared to similar sized heroes. Wow. So they're trying to tone up Sojourn's hit model so she's easier to shoot. Yeah. Baptiste. They buffed his immortality field. Why? What? His immortality field now provides you down to 25% of your health instead of 10 HP. It's not like 25 HP. 25% of your health is a significant amount. That is incredible, considering you can put this on a corner. This is insane. That is absolutely bonkers. So 25% of your HP when you're talking about a Widow, oh, that's like, 40 HP or something. 25% of your HP when you're talking about a 700 HP tank is a lot of fucking health that they just don't lose ever. What? Why would you do that? Baptiste is capable of potent damage and healing output, but often slightly underperforms across many skill levels. This change was to the immortality field. Minimum health threshold will strengthen his utility and enable him more lively assist his allies in their till the infect ends. So there are a lot of places you can put down immortality field, and it kind of is just permanent till the effect ends, and you can't kill it without overextending dramatically and basically dying. Why would you do this? Why would you give him literally an immortality field? What? Why? Like, that's just a health pool that's just going to be given to heroes that just enter it, which they get healed up, and then he doesn't need to mess with them anymore. Nor none of the healers need to mess with them anymore. Is always at 25% HP. With 10 HP, you still had to micro people in the field, and it could be a tactic to, for instance, DPS down everyone in the field prior to ending instead of shooting the lantern and still suppressing them. So when it ends, you have a chance of killing them. Now you can't do that. When it ends, they're going to be 25% HP, which is probably not going to be enough for you to kill them easily. Assuming you're good at multitasking while that's happening in the first place. That's a really fucking bad change. So this could potentially be extremely, extremely powerful right here. So what do we have so far? We have Ash possibly got buffed out the wazoo, and it looks like Baptiste absolutely got a killer ability now, which is absurd. Okay. Well, he's going to be played a lot more. I guess that's what you want, right, Blizzard? You want people to play him more. Good for you. Stat-based balancing. I've never actually considered Immortality Field to be OP, or excuse me, underbuffed. I've never thought that Immortality Field should be buffed. That is insane. That is incredible. I don't understand, guys. Sojourn, or excuse me, Kiriko still needs her sensu being nerfed and needs to have the invulnerability removed from it. There's 4 different effects. Invulnerability needs to be removed. We talked about that a couple different times, mainly because it'll fuck up ults on a 15-second cooldown. It'll just fuck up your ult, and it shouldn't do that. It should not completely negate someone's ult on a 15-second cooldown. Normally, healers like Lucio's Beat Drop, Zen's Transcendence was something they have to cast, and it's something you have to cast, build up and go to. Kiriko's Senzu Bean is just something she can cast every 15 seconds. It does a lot of stuff. Preventing last hits when she teleports in, and basically that's enough time, 0.75 seconds is enough time to heal up whoever is hurt, to the point at which if you are flanking, you're not going to be able to kill them. It is an absolutely broken ability. It still is broken, and that's putting aside the cleanse, which is the main effect, which is what it's supposed to be known for, which can do things like remove Zarya's ult or Reinhardt's ult. Putting that aside, it's the 0.75 seconds of invulnerability that needs to go away. Let's see it. Have anything interesting for fixes? Okay. Let's take a look at the Reddit and see what the kids are talking about there. Baptiste looks like he was significantly buffed. Fixed a bug where penguins were missing noise when being hit with projectiles. I'm glad the important posts are at the top here. I am glad the important posts are at the top. I'd assume Bob acted like Torp's turret, preferring shots? No. Ash's ult has always been inconsistent. What do you consider inconsistent? 366 points? You mean because you can't just use it? An incredibly, incredibly powerful ult, you can't just use it to insta-kill someone? Fat Sojourn? Thick Sojourn, yep. Talking about goddamn BAP. Buff. Larger buff to tanks. Yes, it is. Insane. I'll give it a week or two until people start complaining about Immortality Field. I'm already complaining about it, or noticing that it's unbalanced. Always ahead of the curve, guys. We already know that Immortality Field is going to be broken. Good for them. Oh my god. I mean, it shouldn't have been buffed in the first place, so yeah, people are going to complain about it. Man, does BAP really need to have Immortality Field? He gives people alongside damage as good as a DPS. Playing now. Talking about Mystery Heroes, which is a pretty shit game mode. Ursa nerf Sombra buff is huge. Yeah, it is, because it's not her ultimate. It's not EMP. If it was EMP, I'd see that. If it is her hack, why? Why did they need to do that? Like, that's just giving someone a band-aid to fix or deal with Orisa. I don't think that was the answer to Orisa being too powerful if that was the case. If Orisa was too powerful, giving one hero the ability to deal with her is not the answer. Who fucking came up with that? Why? Any ult should have been hackable, it should have been Ramada's. No one's ult should be hackable. No one's ult should be hackable except maybe with EMP. You can counter someone's hack with EMP. Because this comment is old. It's next to impossible. Next to impossible with the post being out this long to actually possibly start your own. You have to respond to someone else in order to actually get up votes. Make it feel way less janky. Yeah. I know I looked at the practice range and direction change is pretty drastic in my opinion. Probably more so with the fact that people are always used to being forward and up, and you basically have to dance as fair and do one of these things. And it's probably more like one of these things now, which is what you want because she had a lot of problems with agility in there. I.e., when Echo is attacking you or Mercy is coming at you with her Q on, you just land on the ground and you 80 strafe on the ground because you can dodge a lot faster on the ground than you can in the air, which is what I do. Which is infuriating, but that's where we're at, so. I've never actually asked someone to switch off BAP. I've never heard anyone actually ask someone to switch off BAP. Buttons. What is it called where the effect falls off over distance? You had to watch one Twitch e-girl for the rest of your life, who'd you choose? I wouldn't choose any Twitch e-girl. I don't watch Twitch e-girls. Occasionally I watch Amaranth just to see how she's milking people for money. That's from a business perspective, because I actually think that's actually pretty ingenious. She makes bank doing what she does, but other than that, e-girls do not appeal to me. I think I have only... How many chicks do I have that I've followed? Putting aside Amaranth, which I said for the aforementioned reason. I don't think I have any. I don't think I watch any female streamers at all on Twitch. They just aren't worth watching. People watch them because they're kind of love interest for the most part. I'm sure there's people that watch them because they actually really enjoy them or whatever, but For me personally, like I don't enjoy their gameplay, and usually they don't really have much of a personality, or if they do, they just try to be grating or aggressively offensive is usually the go-to, where they'll just, emasculating guys sort of shit, and not really into that. Some guys are. I'm not really into that. Some women are too. Yeah, but yeah, there aren't any I watch. Occasionally I'd watch, I think Smashley is someone I still follow. Occasionally I watch her, but I don't think I've even watched her recently. It just seems an awful lot like sometimes women will, on Twitch for instance, will be excessively perverted just to kind of rile you a bit and make you think you have a chance at something when in fact there's no chance in any way, shape, or form that you'd ever get into their pants in any way, shape, or form. But they'll try to be excessively perverted because they know guys are hard up for that sort of thing. For instance, you had to, if not if you want to. I think there's a. I don't know. I don't really, like I said, I don't really watch e-girls, so there really isn't any, like even Amaranth I don't really watch normally, so I wouldn't want to watch her all the time. I mean, if you just pick an option, Amaranth, then I guess if it's just check one box here, Amaranth. There's some that have been on other people's streams, which are kind of enjoyable to listen to, but then you go and watch their stream and they're kind of cardboard cutouts, and as such, not really all that interesting. They just kind of, they're interesting because they're actually playing with another streamer, not necessarily because they themselves are interesting individuals. I'm sure they're out there. I don't go out of my way to watch them. I don't think. I don't really like. In general, I don't really go after the mainstream Twitch viewership. Like, there's a lot of young kids on here, and I'm not really. There's a lot of weird shit that the kids will watch and they think it's entertaining, but you can tell like when they're made for like younger audiences, the kind of things that they do. They love watching TikTok reacts. They love memes, especially memes and TikTok reacts. They love that shit. Because, oh my god, TikTok reacts. Oh my god, this guy reacted to something I found funny and it made me giggle. While their brain's turned off and they're just constantly pushing the button on their phone. Hog rework halfway through the season. Improved competitive match quality. Why is this so vague? Played at lunch, got absolutely steamrolled with a massive tank diffs. Yeah. Nothing about the cast grenade, the aimbot grenade? Weird. Literally a flying heat-seeking missile? Yeah. It's not even a grenade, it's a heat-seeking missile. They should call it a heat-seeking missile, and they don't. They call it a grenade. I'm your favorite Twitch e-girl. Oh my god, Bendy Ice, thank you! Aw, thanks for being here. Heart, 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 heart. I think that actually is like the way to go right now is actually to be female. First off, be female, and then also be VTuber. So be someone that has a succubus model or something like that, and then act super perverted. Kids love that shit. They just sit and chat all the time, fapping to the model. And for the chick, it's not really that big of a deal because they aren't even on screen. So, yeah. It's like It's like Amaranth without actually having to have a body of Amaranth. I actually talked about it at one point. I thought about remaking my channel and being a VTuber, and I mentioned this before. If you get started on Twitch, probably one of the ways of getting started on Twitch right now is to either do RP or be a VTuber. And male VTubers are not the same thing. It doesn't even matter if you're a chick. You just need to act like one. It doesn't matter if you're a chick. If your sole goal on being on Twitch is to make money, you just could be a mute. You can be a mute VTuber and have like a voice translator, or use a voice to a text or voice to speech. Use a voice to speech add-on, so it will go voice to text to voice or voice to text, and put it on the screen, and be a mute VTuber, and you're just a guy. It doesn't matter because people watch you anyways. I think there are actually some VTubers on Twitch that are actually guys, but they have a female model. I think I remember watching one. It was a trip, but yeah. Honestly, this is the best state the game has been in since launch Overwatch 2. I don't think you've ever died to the heat-seeking McCree grenade. Yeah, and I think they actually nerfed it. I think they stealth nerfed McCree's missile grenade, and the reason for that is because it won't always lock on now. It's like they changed the minimum lock-on distance for it, so it's further, but it'll still track you to the ends of the earth. So it has to be closer to your proximity. So I've seen them throw near me where they used to lock on before, and now they don't do that. Like, especially around corners. Okay. Alrighty, guys. We're going to turn this into a highlight and upload it to the tubies. And go through the Reddits. But we don't have enough time for 2 videos. That's fine. I'm going to wash my coffee cup out, guys. Grab a soda because it's getting late before it gets too late, and we'll be right back. It definitely allows you to be, I don't even know. I'm still debating on the whole cam thing, by the way. Like having a camera on, some people want to see that, and I think it actually hurts you for the most part. I haven't really went extensively back into the no-cam land, but I'm actually thinking about doing that. And just have my camera on for my podcast, and then turn it off for gameplay. By the way, Pepsi Peeps is actually pretty good. Hey, look, the security ring came off with it again. This guy, these are actually pretty good. A lot of carbonation, which I'm not against because I actually like the carbonation. Pretty good. Lots of carbonation. Sadly, you can't get 12 packs of it, and I'm pretty sure it's gone after Easter. Let's see. Oh, still buying a new motherboard, by the way. It's on its way. Should hopefully be get here sometime this week or next week. Let's make a highlight. Doing that. I'm just having my camera on for my podcast, and then turn it off for game. Just shooting in general, or if it locked up. That's always a good sign. And one of the really fucking manipulate you and prevent what is something that a lot of people have theorized, and I have since Overwatch 2 came out. Now Overwatch 2 came out, and I am very much starting to think that this is actually part of the game. It's actually part of what exists in the game. It'd be very difficult to test, but you could definitely test this so the things got worse. Physics was take a peek at this, guys. Oh my god. Take a peek at this, guys. Oh my god. There's One Punch Man. Actually, look. Take a peek at this, guys. Oh my god. There's One Punch Man. All right, let's go. Let's take a peek at the Overwatch Reddits here before we get into too many tubes. We'll turn it into a video and see what's going on here. Alrighty, One Punch Man. Yep, everyone loves crossovers. Apparently, Blizzard is hopping on that super hot crossover reaction, which Fortnite has done in spades at this point, because the kids love stuff that doesn't look anything like their hero while playing their hero. To be fair, they've already done that for a little bit with not really all that, but it'll still track you to the end of the earth. Go through the Reddits, but we're done. Listen to a highlight and upload it to the tubies. Crap. What's Dragon Ball Sensu Bean? Obviously not Beal. Sensu Bean. Exactly like it sounds. Processing, highlight, processing. Good. Let's go through the Reddits now. Take a look at the Reddits here, guys, before we get on to the Kamazing. Here we go. Hardy mode is now in the game. Teehee. I see. You're wondering why you're not getting any heals. This is what's happening in a random nook. Here it goes jerking off with each other. Yep. Yeah. Sorry, don't see it. You mean because they look identical to each other, not because the actual players or the characters anything like each other? Because it doesn't look anything like Genji. Good. Shout out to the devs, the endgame screen is years better than what we had. Keep it coming, Blizzard. You mean having an endgame screen is nice? Is this humor? Yeah. Oh, not the scoreboard. Yeah. We are going back to what we had in Overwatch 1. Demands applause, right? Demands applause. 700 upvotes. Demands applause. Thank you for going back to what we were doing before. Okay. 6th. There we go. Alrighty. Not spam the feed of my viewers. Handful of subscribers. Good. Eggs we had here. March 8th, 20. Highlight. Gaming. Podcast. Game dev. Analysis. Educational. Think education is just about schools, or education is a general take for educational? Misspelled educational video. I guess it could just be an education video. Education pop-up, let's see. How's the tag being used? Mainly about education, not educational videos. I wonder if you put review in that too. Reviews can obviously be game reviews, but also could be meaning reviewing material. We do want to publish it. Overwatch 2. And this is the one that actually matters a lot. Okay. Alrighty. Public. Alrighty, let's continue with the Reddits, guys, and then play some Gamazes. We'll do the Gamazing. Collaborations being a thing now. Can we get Symmetra's skin inspired by Portal? Oh my god. By the way, it's kind of sad. Well, I understand that crossovers do bring in a significant amount of money for Blizzard, or for game developers in general. They kind of remind me that essentially when you start doing crossovers, you're basically memeing, and that means you do not have the creativity to make original content yourself. You are depending on other games and other IPs to meme and get kids to go, yay guys, oh my god, we got a skin from anime, I love anime. Instead of the fact that they're really interested in your game and really interested in the characters you're creating, you are essentially doing a gimmick to try and get them. It's like dancing, being a clown and dancing for the kids. You are doing a gimmick to try and get the kids to like what you have. And in games like TF2, for instance, it's just absolutely silly, right? It's just absolute silliness. And then Fortnite is even more so. It's just really ridiculous silliness and kind of fits the theme. In a game like Overwatch, it doesn't really fit, in my opinion. I think they kind of just shit the bed at this point as far as what they're doing. It's like what you go to try and get people to like what you're doing. And I get it. I do get it that crossovers do sell. Yeah, however, it just completely ruins the aesthetic of your game having other IPs, characters running around your game. At the end of the day, I've talked about this a couple different times, but at the end of the day, if you're doing a crossover, it's not just like having hats or cosmetics for a character that's designed purposely for your game. It's like introducing memes into your game in order to get people to buy your stuff. It's tap dancing as a bear on roller skates in order to get people to buy what you're selling, because at the end of the day, apparently your game's not doing very good. It is a cash cow. It does make a significant amount of money. However, I think at the end of the day, you lose some respect as far as being a game developer when you start doing that shit. It does sell a bunch of money, and you can do all sorts of things to your game, but you also have to kind of consider the integrity of your game or what it's supposed to be. Overwatch is supposed to be an original, premium content. It's supposed to be the tippity top of what people are supposed to do, like game companies are supposed to do, as with most Blizzard's IPs. Not so much anymore, but they used to be representative of the absolute best you could find in video games. And now they've resorted to memeing to make ends meet, I guess, or just appease their stockholders. I don't know which it is. And same reason that dynamic difficulty adjustment is probably in the game is the same reason we now have crossovers in the game. I get it, it makes money. I understand the kids love that shit. Yeah, but just like I don't like the fucking pink unicorn shit OWL skin that people buy. And the only reason they buy it is not because they're supporting the team. They buy it because it's just a shit. It just looks like a unicorn shit all over your body. It's like some kid in paint took the most flamboyant colors and just like pushed it on the skin wherever they could. And as such, now we have pink and teal Genjis just running around. That does like it doesn't even look like a good skin. There's a lot of OW League skins that have like an aesthetic to them. It doesn't. I don't know which team it is, but it's horrible. And that's the whole reason they made it. It's because they knew it's just kids love unicorn farts, and they made it such. Indie Reddits, guys. 7950X3D is now 3.8 faster than 13900K. Summary of 16 reviews shows. I don't like Metacritic for reviews if they aren't doing the correct methodology is pointless. Also, another reason I got the 3900K is because sometimes there are cases where the 7950X3D is break even or it doesn't actually beat it, and it's $550 as opposed to $700. So, and you could get the 13700, which almost have identical performance. Oh, by the way, when I installed my computer, I found out the Ryzen Master actually loads a driver when your computer starts, and it was causing my computer to BSOD. So I had to figure out a way of removing it, and I had to basically, I couldn't just remove from startup. I tried uninstalling and startup, and it wouldn't allow me to because I had to run components that were only available in running it. So I had to start up in safe mode, and then delete, basically lobotomize part of the installation to stop it from running stuff when it started. It just broke. I had to break it so that it wouldn't run, but still could uninstall itself. Bench R23. If you want the X3D chip, I'd wait for the 7800 X3D. And the whole reason I didn't go for the 7800 X3D, guys, was because I wanted something with more than 8 cores for a little bit into the future. And then at the same time, I wasn't going to wait an extra 5 months. And the current release of the X3D chips, and it could actually turn out to be not very great because it looks like AMD might be skimping on the clocks to drive down performance and make their higher-end chips look better, which would really suck. It seems like a beta product, and as such, I just skipped this generation. Unfortunately, I wanted to buy it. I was waiting 6 months for it. 13900Ks came out 6 months ago. But here I am. I guess it got cheaper. That's the upside, is the 5900 or 13900Ks got cheaper. And if you were a sane individual, you get the 13700. There's no way. There's absolutely almost no way that my computer is going to use the E-cores, like, to any surmisable extent in the background here. There's no way. I have 16 E-cores going on here. There's no way. If you have 8, you're fine. In addition to your performance cores. I wouldn't skip on the performance cores, but E-cores... I was fucking around with my computer yesterday where I was trying to... Or this morning while I was trying to tweak it a bit. And I ended up tweaking it where I was running the game on the E-cores. And you could tell that it was running on the E-cores, but it actually ran decent on the E-cores. That's the fucking weird thing, is it actually ran decent on just the E-cores, which is pretty absurd in and of itself. You could tell there's more input delay on the E-cores though. Unrelated to FPS, it just felt sluggish. Which once again is another reason I'd like to have a reflex analyzer, and I'm waiting for a reflex analyzer. I want that shit. Just gonna leave it on all the time on my screen, just bugging me. I want a reflex analyzer. Yeah, don't make me face camp you, PETA. Okay. Release a new killer. Yep. Yep, surprise. When everyone talks about survivors quitting the game, and then you look, we just looked at this earlier tonight, and you look at the BP bonus, you can easily tell which side is actually playing and which isn't. Killers have further been nerfed. Good. Nerf Deathbound. All screams are only heard within 19 meters. Oh, they're rank 15? So theoretically, it's possible to rank Prestige 15, like within the first 12 hours the game is out. But you'd have to be saving up for it for basically years at this point. Gotta love people trying to claim this dude saved around 30 million BP. Sure, if you can believe that, go ahead, but this dude's 100% cheated. 95% cheated. So even at the end of the day, even though something like this looks extremely suspicious, there's still some fucking guy that says there's a 1 in 20 chance, 1 in 20, that this actually happened. And he got 13 points. People are really trying to justify 24 million blood points earned in a few hours. This is what I mentioned, guys. This is what I've talked about with how adolescent and kind of ignorant gamers are, where they'll legitimately try to assume that someone saved for years rather than cheated at a video game. What is wrong with people? What is wrong with people nowadays, guys? Gamers, have you seen what kind of people exist on Reddit, on Twitter, on Facebook? And they'd rather assume someone saved for years. Someone saved for years to get something within a couple hours of a chapter release, then cheated. Only gamers, guys. Only fucking gamers. Like, it's just complete separation from reality. No way anyone cheats. That's how far people are gone. How far they think that people are just legit no matter what in video games. Holy shit. That's crazy. Someone hit P100 on Renato. It's on Twitter. Yeah. It takes 18 hours to spend that many blood points. It released 6 hours ago. Can't say it's impossible. Someone on Twitter is 100. Yeah, someone on Twitter can also cheat. Like, what's wrong with these guys? Hey, Twitter has to be reality, right? No way anyone could tweet on. No way anyone could cheat on Twitter. Holy shit! This is the kind of people that I deal with, guys. That you talk to on stream. Are people exactly like that? It's not just Dead by Daylight. It's every game. It would take you 18 hours to spend. The chapter's been out for 6 hours. It would take you 18 hours to spend enough points. Like, legitimately, even if you had enough points, pushing the button, it would take you 18 hours to reach P100. That's even putting aside the points. Scream nerf? I don't know why they nerf screams. Weird. They do, Dead by Daylight does some really fucking weird shit. Yeah. They cater 4-to-1. We talked about this at the beginning of the stream. They cater to a 4-to-1 ratio. And it shows. It really shows. Okay. We're going to do some Overwatch here tonight, guys. I have some tweaking I want to try as well. It's going to take me some time to break in my new CPU. And apparently my volume has to be a lot louder now, too. Probably going to adjust that as well. That's because my motherboard. It's something to do with how powerful the amp is on motherboard for the headphones that I have. It's not powerful enough compared to my old motherboard, apparently. Alrighty. Move into Overwatch. Am I gonna buy the One Punch Man skins? The crossover? No. Nope. We are not. Where I could run my volume at about 50% before, now I have to run it at 70 to get the same amount of sound out of them. So 100% shittier audio quality than my old motherboard, even unrelated to op amp. Sounds weird too.
Mind the gap. Up and away.
More than anything goes, guys, I've talked about this before, is I want a fucking new monitor. I want a new monitor. I'm not getting the OLED monitor. Putting aside burn-in, it's the fact that it doesn't have a reflex analyzer. I adjusted some things in my BIOS, which are probably going to change after this match. Or actually, a couple matches in, we'll see.
From above. Watch your flanks. They might try something. I'm here. Up and away. They have this coming, so let's give it to them.
Give it to you? Wonder if Kiriko's voice lines are actually more common than everyone else's, simply because she's still a new hero. Technically a new hero. Look at my new skin. Gosh. Get her? I don't know where the robot costume's from. Never seen that before.
Healing fortified.
Ultimate is charging.
Good. Very accurate, Ash. But it. Want the mercy. Bye. Okay. Okay. That is the Ash, I believe. That looks suspiciously like an aimbot. We'll see. Good.
Stay down. On the move.
Still the same person.
I knew I could count on you.
We'll see. We had deviation though. Thanks. Unless he's sleeping. Res. needs to make more sound. He needs to make more sound when he transforms. Like that? That shouldn't be able to happen. God.
Don't give these suits to just anyone.
Okay. That is Ash. He's now on Soldier. Okay. Yeah. Oh, out of ammo, guys. Good.
I'm not
Making
finished.
another approach.
My ultimate is ready. Join me.
Repositioning.
47-18. Pretty good. Jesus Christ.
Well deserved. I see an enemy.
What's up?
And that is the Genji.
My ultimate is
I don't
charging.
stay down.
Take this.
On the move.
I've talked to you, I mentioned before, guys, when I was in Europe, because I visited Europe a few different times, spent some time there, their soda over there is much fizzier than it is in the US, and it actually is better in my opinion.
En route.
Headshot. What? What? That was an off-screen headshot flick.
Repositioning.
What? It's like she went over there too for me, because I specifically went up there.
Justice reigns from above.
Everyone's dead.
Justice reigns.
That was a waste of an ult. Anna didn't heal me either, she's behind me.
Shake it off.
Zenyatta is
On the move.
everywhere.
I look away, she comes back around the corner, see if it's a chance. No, pretty sure she's cheating. That is a Genji. Also, that guy is very accurate too. One of the most annoying, yeah, he's cheating. One of the most annoying things in the world, by the way, is dealing with cheaters that will harass you whenever you look away from their position. They will hide behind walls, see that you look away, and then they'll dash out on you. Obviously, there's jiggle peeking and such like that. The difference between jiggle peeking and that, though, is when you're looking at them, they won't actually. Yeah, Soldier's 100% cheating.
Let the Kitsune guide you.
Okay. The difference being, it'll be usually on a rhythm or something that guy pre-aimed at me just before I came around the corner too. Soldier's 100% cheating. I believe the Ashe was also cheating as well. At the end there when she swapped to Ashe, it used to be the Genji.
Play of the game. I'm under attack.
And Ash was... They're normal on the Genji. Lovely. Lovely, lovely, lovely. Lovely evening, guys. Lovely. Just a little bit of cheating. Yeah, just a little bit to wet the whistle. When quick play gets going really good, you know, you have to try hard too, and you can't try hard. Obviously, the Pharah's cheating because she's so good. So I'll show them how good I am when I turn on my sicko mode too. Oh my god, I'm turning on my sicko mode too. Oh. As I mentioned before, I think a lot. A couple reasons I get a lot of cheating is one is Pharah as a cheat magnet, and as such causes people to toggle on a lot more often than normal. And the other one is because I am kind of around plat right now, because I don't play comp, because I haven't played comp since Overwatch 1 for the most part. Because I've had problems with my computer I've been trying to iron out and just tweak stuff in general. And I haven't played comp, so I'm basically around plat rating, and I think that's generally who it tries to match me with. People assume that if I'm really good in, like, plat area, obviously I'm just cheating, so then it encourages me even more to toggle on. I never remembered nearly this much cheating in Overwatch 1. Well, for multiple reasons there wasn't as much cheating in Overwatch 1. But there is a significant amount of quick play. Oh, well, this is going to take a little bit of time. Camps. Started. Oh, hey, look, I'm dead. Okay. Sounds all sorts of fucked up now.
Be advised.
Huh. Okay. Correct.
System repair. Excellent teamwork.
There we go.
Claiming the objective. Health restored. Cleaning up. Copy that. I'm taking off.
Oh, they changed Pharah's jump jets. You can definitely feel it, by the way. I didn't even think about testing it. It feels very intuitive.
Aerial positioning.
I haven't bothered with that yet.
Up and away.
Trying to get all three of them. And she got rezzed immediately.
Eyes await.
One reason I did that is I want to look at my temps to see if maybe I'm getting like thermal throttling. I'm not getting thermal throttling. I kind of doubted it. It'd be really weird if I was playing a game and got thermal throttling. That'd be pretty insane. But also to look to see what missed it.
Enemy! You have failed your team.
Yes.
You have failed your team.
Ha! Wow. Not meant for her in any way, shape, or form. And that guy was playing with fire there. I don't know what he was doing. Need to. Timing.
Always more
Payloads
to
under
learn.
my control. Let's roll out.
Repositioning.
Looks like my CPU goes up to maybe 77 Celsius, is what I'm seeing. At most, on max, not on all the time. Okay, well that's gone. Bye, soldier.
Mind the gap.
He just fucking insta-quit the moment I did that. Hey, buddy. Get her? Maybe. Yep.
Going down.
These guys aren't, These guys, don't play very safe around my, grades. It's kind of weird.
Enemy here. Increasing altitude.
Ha! There's the me too. Goddamn missiles, dude. That sucks.
I see an enemy. Over there. I'm taking this round.
High 40s. Low teens. I love you, Zenyatta. Our healers were pretty good. There we go. Oh, the poor Mercy. Oh, good. Okay, so temps were up to 77 Celsius on 2 of the processors, 3 of the processors at max. On an average, I mean, I need to make a hotkey to reset the stats on hardware info. I don't have a hotkey set up, so the average is not representative of where it was in game. It's around 60 Celsius though, so not really that big of a distance, big of an issue.
Traveling to Havana.
Strike from above.
Team kill.
Ran over by what looks like a cheater. We'll see though. Could be bad. Fuck.
Payload is ready.
You land on that, you can't.
Enemy here. Enemy over here. Picked off. Like a gentle rain. That lesson is free.
Healing fortified.
I don't know if most people, like, I keep talking about this. It's not like this was common knowledge back in Overwatch 1, but more people on the cart, the faster it moves, up till 3. Like, you see the little arrows on the thing. But there's a lot of times where people literally won't try to push it in, and then it'll cause them to get stalled at some point. Whether or not they win the stall fight, completely up in the air. This is
All systems
headshot me
nominal.
then, as McCree.
En route. Enemy here. I see an enemy.
He just rolled through my concussive and didn't get pushed by it. I do like that I'm more,
Over there.
you can't point out. Need to get rid of the Mercy. Oh, she's dead.
Heat check confirmed.
Uh,
Four hits. On the move.
accuracy pretty low compared to.
They outnumber us.
Cree rolled in, that sucks. We might have even been able to get it if I didn't get pushed off the cart. 1.54.
Shake it off. Over here. En route.
The payload has stopped. Why?
Everyone is dead. Weird.
Excellent teamwork. Aerial positioning underway.
He's got one tap. Anna, and then hit by balls.
Making another
I think I got shot by
approach.
something else. I don't think that's enough damage to kill me. I think we got headshot by something. Same time that was happening. Again,
Outnumbered. Be careful.
been in the middle of my QE. Okay, he just shot me through while I was in the middle of my concussion. He just shot me behind the Sigma.
60 seconds remaining.
Do something!
Team
Shake it
Tried to get into the Kiriko, guys.
Symmetra reporting.
Come on, team. Push the payload.
Was that the tank? That was the
10
tank.
seconds
No
remaining.
time. Let's get it done.
Yes, well, we don't even have enough time to do that, so.
En route.
Here we go. Bye. Pretty sure we got some cheats going on here, mainly the Ash, but she doesn't consistently do it. It's like every other shot misses and hits. McCree, I also think it's cheating, but it was after the first game. The first push, when we ran him over, that's when things started getting weird.
Justice reigns from above. Three hits. Four hits.
Yep. Right after that. See, someone just said I have a hack. Well, there's that. Good for them. One of the most stringent people looking for cheating online in existence over the last 10 years, arguably costing me my Twitch career. Yeah, was accused of cheating. Well, at least people are talking about cheating now. That's the important thing, regardless of whether or not they're correct or not. There's a lot of people that don't think people cheat because they can't cheat, not that they might be accurate in figuring out who is cheating. And it's more important to have people talking about cheating than and possibly falsely accusing people, rather than not talking about it at all. So that this guy, or Prestige 1, or not so much the Ashes, this guy though. Not even 77 Celsius. Actually, we're at 79 now. Some of the temps are at 79. This is with my case on too, so.
Strike from above. Increasing altitude.
Double.
Good. I would definitely say talking about cheating on Twitch for the last 10 years has definitely hurt my stream. I've talked about this before. A couple different occasions. I've absolutely, like, there aren't many things that get under my skin, guys, but fucking cheating is one of them. Cheating in games is definitely one of them. Like, it ruins the competitive edge and you being able to compare yourself against other people online and try to do better.
Sneakers. You meet the
happen.
basketball courts later. Sure, but I don't play without stakes. Likewise. What are you willing to lose?
Oh, you know what we should do?
Oh,
What if I become an
John.
Overwatch
I've
no
lost.
cam streamer? Let me do this.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
This was never open before. That's open now. Huh. And you still can't get out of it, by the way. That was never there before. They changed that. The doors were there, you just couldn't... There was nothing up there. Now it's a little hallway. Very accurate soldier.
Positioning. Let's show 'em some air power. En route.
I want to take a look and see what my boost clocks are at, too. I'm kind of curious. We'll do that on a round switch here. I don't want your aimbot grenade. Still sucks. You still can't fly as long as you used to be able to, but at least there's more flexibility in your agility than there used to be.
Enemy here. Messy, but we got it done. Thanks for the armor. System compromised.
This Doomfist is incredibly accurate too.
You thought you had me. System compromised.
Fuck off. Oh my god, mercy. Good.
I don't stay down. En route. Let me take care of the
They need to change that fucking dial. I actually tweeted about that. Not that it's new. Fuck off, dude. That's a meme. You have to kill the Mercy, the healers in general. Like the healers are all trying to hide behind their DPS and sit in a clump.
Always more to learn. Repositioning.
Huh?
I don't think so.
Like, I need to be able to get in there. I need to be able to get in there and kill the healers. I wonder if I should have, in that case, I could have limited the effectiveness of his ult by trying to jet literally right above him. But I thought I could get behind the platform in time. He is also very accurate now. Been watching. He wasn't earlier in the match, by the way. Yeah, pretty sure the McCree's cheating now. Soldier might also be cheating. McCree, I'm very certain is cheating. Unrelated to aimbot. That's the way it goes, guys. You run them over as Pharah, it's literally cheater bait. They'll toggle on.
Score 0-1.
Okay. Let me change my...
If we do this right, they won't even know what happened.
Five, four, three,
Yep.
2, 1. Round 2. Capture the objective.
Into the air. Don't let that get to you. It's time to focus.
I'm a Doomfist and I can punch a Pharah. I'm very effective.
On the objective. What are you doing?
Down, please. I don't think so.
Soldier again. Possible bone mesh. Let's see.
Let's show them some air power.
Over there.
Taking off. Enemy here. Enemy over here.
There we go.
Aerial positioning.
They changed the little health bars in the bottom left. They made them so they were a little, like, they rounded the edges, and I think they gave them a shadow.
I want enemy.
So they changed UE elements, too. Just noticed that they look kind of weird. Which is good, by the way. There's problems with visibility in this game for UE. There's McCree that doesn't miss.
Increasing altitude. Establishing aerial position.
And try and go to the plane.
Was there any doubt?
Wanna res it? But it.
Positioning here. Taking off. Justice reigns from above.
Burp, burp.
EMP.
Score. 1.
Let's see. It actually looks like my CPU is not boosting over 5.5 despite the cores being used. Actually, no, there's some cases where it does, but it doesn't sit at that high. It always sits almost at 5.5. Not go over 5.5. That match, now the characters look relatively normal, but it also could be the ball was applying a lot of pressure. Our ball seems pretty good. Yeah.
5, 4, 3,
Definitely have a better healer on their team.
round 3. Capture the objective.
Better damage, I guess.
We fight hard and smart.
That's from round 1 once again.
Up and away. On the move. Over here.
Get fucking grenaded here. What really matters is that fucking McCree that's walking around like looking at me through a wall. You just feel him like sticking up. Yeah, pretty sure that's pre-aim. Missed a bunch though.
The skies await.
Objective reached.
Repositioning. Aerial positioning. I need healing.
Ah.
Flank off. Special delivery. You're mine now. System repaired.
Jumped on.
Like a gentle rain.
Like, I like to go in, the rest of the team needs to go in. With the tank. Ah.
Don't think so. I require sleep. Justice reigns.
Didn't lead him soon enough, guys. Good.
Okay, my head's in the game.
Hmm.
En route. Damn.
He's like super overextending. Like no one's killing him. Really wants my D. Fucking Christ. I don't know why I can't hit shit, guys. My accuracy doesn't look horrible. Definitely felt like I couldn't shoot the Zen, though. Game wasn't letting me.
Got an enemy here.
Efficiency rating. Maximum danger.
not a headshot. Zen again.
Get off. Repositioning. Aerial positioning underway. Let the Kitsune guide you. Justice reigns from above.
Walk through it. Okay. Holy shit, guys. I definitely did not feel like I was doing damage. Some of those players I couldn't hit were shit. I don't understand. That's why I really do think that dynamic difficulty adjustment is actually in the game. It definitely feels like that with Zen, for instance, that I was chasing down. I couldn't fucking flick at him. I couldn't hit him. It wouldn't let me get close enough to actually shoot him every time I try. It was a shit show. Okay. Alright. What we're gonna try here is... So it's mainly at 5.5 gigahertz. My temps did go up there. I don't think it ever throttled at any point. I think my motherboard might be doing something weird too. Occasionally get up to like, I'd see like 72 and then dip immediately. Max obviously is there. 5.5 gigahertz, but it almost never, it says 5.8, but it almost never got up there. Okay, I need to restart my computer here, guys. Let's see. Restart. Okay. And you guys can't see any of this. That's okay. Signal. Oh my god, I'm in no signal. Lots of things. I was fucking around with a bunch of different shit here last night. Writing's off for sure. Race to halt is something I turned off. Side off at one point. Race to halt I turned off, and I think it helped, but... Off C-state control. Did that last night. Mm-hmm. Alrighty. What do we got going on here? Mm-hmm. One thing I saw when I turned off C-states is it made my mouse a lot more consistent. Not like, bullshitting you. I don't know if I need to turn them all off or just certain ones. here and I do this, it was really, really tight. And this is pretty good. There's drops here, but that's because of my hand movement. But if you look at this, it is almost spot on. This is exactly what I was looking for when I was trying to do this with my... Even when I turned off C-states on my 5900X, it couldn't do this. Not make most plotter plots that look like this. Yeah. And this is with C-states on. With C-states on, it kind of looks like my 5900X. Whether or not that translates, I don't know. Start that back up. Obviously sitting at 5.5. I don't think it actually... Like, when you turn off C-states, it does not boost higher than 5.5 either, which is kind of the fucking weird thing. Right. Let's get back in the game. By the way, you can't actually turn off core parking. When you turn off some C-state options, it basically makes it so core parking, like, it'll just completely just ignore the core parking option. But from what I found, even when you turn off disable core parking on your OS, it's still on. Like, I don't know what this is. This has to be some sort of driver thing, because you can't actually disable the parked cores. Like, not the parked cores themselves, but the core parking action. You can't turn this off. It's just always there. What I have found, though, is with messing with some of the C-state stuff, so stuff that puts your processor to sleep, is it'll put stuff on the parked core anyways. It'll just say it was parked and it just doesn't do anything, regardless of the fact that it's putting it on the parked cores. Interesting. Yeah. Alrighty. Let's get back in the game, guys. That was not what I wanted to do. Not sure why that happened. And once again, when I installed the graphics driver, actual graphics driver from Intel, it installed an overlay that I can't get rid of. Documents, maybe? I don't know why it tabs out. You can set it higher than 600 for the FPS cap. Break my game. Does anything? Let's find out. Probably just gonna change it back, as you would expect. Let's see, what is the... Is it Alt-I? Alt-O. Happening because I'm now getting 4 FPS. Could be because I actually disabled the NVIDIA, disabled the Intel graphics card. It could actually be that it was freaking out because there isn't actually a graphics card on the computer, even though the driver's there. Good. Intentional? Is the control panel up in the background? Breathing is fucked up too. I don't know if that's just actually the way that he's supposed to look. Play a game and see what happens.
Strike from above.
Oh, someone said that my something was broken and because it took so long to open my menu.
Increasing altitude. Elimination.
Need options? It takes like 2. What the fuck is that?
Select your hero.
Well, it's no longer boosting to 5.8. For what that's worth. Let's see.
Strike from above. Pre-flight checklist complete. Running clean and hot.
Yeah, now it doesn't take like any time at all to go into the menu. What the fuck is that about? I didn't change anything.
3, 2, 1. Objective. Stay 30 seconds.
1% are all fucked up now too.
I will not waste this opportunity.
Hi.
Correct detected. Enemy turret down.
Maybe my hard drive's bad. No way. I've scanned it before.
Enemy turret destroyed.
You come to me to heal. Maybe pre-aim.
The skies await.
Now my 1% are garbage, guys. Why?
On the move. Aerial positioning underway.
Come on, everyone. Let's push.
We had 300 1% before.
Enemy turret detected.
They had an effect for, or the debuff bar for, hacks from Sombra now. Huh. I wonder if it's set it to 300.
We lost the lead.
Oh, I'm gonna shove them.
It's set because I changed the FPS. It just automatically set to 300 in the FPS limiter.
Up and away.
Enemy turret.
Enemy turret down.
Did.
Making another approach.
Hello.
Somebody wants the death penalty. Thanks for the assist.
Yeah?
Repositioning.
Really want to save each other.
Enemy turret destroyed.
I literally am hitting X next to the healers and they just fucking ignore me. While healing each other. The fuck is that shit?
Heroes never die. Enemy here.
Really wanted the med kit.
Repositioning.
Umbra again. No.
On the move. This round goes to me.
Okay.
Let's go.
Don't move.
Of the world.
Probably should have went after Sombra instead. Oh, the tank. Good. 19.
Let's show them some air power. They took the robot. We need to.
By the way, my 1% look much better now. It was capping my FPS. The internal FPS cap, or the internal FPS limiter in Overwatch is actually pretty terrible. Done that. Too high up, not enough health.
Damn.
My missiles still feel delayed, though.
En route.
Why? Why do they feel delayed? Why? Not necessarily my aim, it's time to fire that feels weird.
Too bad Talon never taught you discipline. We need that robot to turn around. They've taken the lead. We need to push back. Robots pushing. Taking to the air. Thanks for the assist.
Oh, excuse me.
Scatter.
Okay.
Heroes never die. Excellent team. How many was that?
She has to die, she's about to get her mech. There we go.
Well deserved.
Now she's taking even more.
Increasing concussive out. We barricaded.
Tried, guys.
Making another approach.
Fans are spinning up louder now, though.
Establishing aerial position.
We got the robots.
Okay, Mercy. Don't know, my second missing missed. Good.
Always more to learn.
Something still feels weird. I wonder if it's a game. I don't know if it's a game or if it's Reaper we have to worry about sitting up there. Made no sound until he was literally right in front of me. Thanks, Blizzard.
Returning to battle. Repositioning.
Got the robot.
Increasing output.
He had a nano boost on. Good.
Okay, my head's in the game. En route.
Like it is almost all Diva. Guess we gotta kill Diva? And then we have multiple people trying to kill me while the Diva's fucking around with their team. Christine. She wasn't doing that. This is the first time she's been doing that.
Arms up. Get in there.
Repositioning. Up and away. 10 seconds. Let them take the lead. Justice.
And Ina insta-killed me, along with the Zenyatta. Half my health just disappeared, guys. No idea where it went. Like I said, it's fucking weird. This game feels weird in and of itself. Something happened. Well, we should actually look at a replay here and see what's going on. Sometimes it feels like it's on, and then other times you get fucking weird shit like that. Let's take a look at a replay of that. Like on my screen, when I saw the kill cam there, I went from half to nothing, and it wasn't Zen that killed me. And Anna might have killed me.
Ready for battle. Ready for 2 minutes remaining.
Making another out and away.
10 seconds.
Let them take the lead. Justice reigns from above.
Where the fuck did my health just go? What just happened to my health?
2 minutes remaining.
Justice reigns from above.
Like, this is looking fine. And then I just died. It said Zen killed me. That wasn't a headshot. Where the fuck did my health just go? Like, I just died. I've seen this. I wonder if this. There shouldn't be magic bullets in this game. In any way, shape, or form. Magic bullets are when you have really, really fucking shit coding. You can actually insta-kill people with magic bullets. They're in basically really bad games where you just teleport damage, a projectile, or hit scan. If you're hit scan, you just teleport the projectiles into the body of the player and then just die. Like, if you look at this.
Justice reigns from above.
Like, that was debuff. You can see me taking the appropriate amount of damage here. Same thing with Anna. But Anna hit me. It looks like Anna killed me, but she didn't kill me. It shows Zen killed me. And I heard the psst from the Anna right when I died. What killed me? What just killed me?
2 minutes remaining.
Justice reigns from above.
I'm at half health now. Where'd my health just go? That's not a headshot. Said that killed me. Definitely not a headshot.
2 minute warning. Your team is close to taking the lead.
Justice reigns from above.
Clearing. Experience tranquility.
What? That definitely wasn't a headshot. Oh, yeah, you can. And it didn't even do damage to me. What the fuck was this? What is this? Half my health. I mean, it could have been a headshot. That would have killed me, but it wasn't a headshot, either on his screen, on the replay screen, or on my screen, or where it hit my body. The Overwatch and Yetta. What does a headshot even do? D8. And if he had Orb of Destruction on me, that would mean it's additional 25% damage. I was at half health, so that would be 100 HP. Maybe like, what, 50, 60 damage instead? Of Discord. 5% damage received. Actually have magic bullets? Magic bullet. By the way, I fucking hate when game companies change the wording. Magic bullet is when it used to teleport. It's called a bullet that just teleports into your brain or into your body. Oh, it does exist. Or it used to. That's not a magic bullet. It changes where the projectile's being shot, not that it's actually a projectile. Magic bullet. Good. Interesting.
Two-minute warning.
Justice reigns from above.
HP. It's more than 100 HP. Maybe that's not. bar worth. So 200 HP, 8 bars. Each bar is worth 12.5 HP. That can't be right. Could also explain why the game's so wonky. The health bar shows 20 each worth 25 HP. Written. Bars. Guess that'd be right, wouldn't it? I lied. Why if I think it needs to have 5 and 5 then? That'd be 20 HP per bar. 25 HP per bar. So I'm over 100 health. I'm at 112 health, and I go from 112 to 0. And this one Zen orb right here. That's a sleep dart. That might not be a sleep dart. One Zen orb right here is going to kill me from 112 health. What? Like, is that a cheat or is that just a bug? Or like it went so fast that the replay system doesn't show, because replay system's gonna be 60 FPS, 60 hertz, 60 tick. I'm definitely Zen orbed.
Two-minute warning.
Justice!
See how much one shot does, right? It does roughly 30 HP. Which also isn't right, by the way. 540. Actually, that's about right. It's 45 HP. That's not 45 HP. That'd be 25 plus maybe a little bit more than 10. 35 HP. Which also isn't right because there's damage fall off. There isn't damage fall off for projectiles. What the fuck just happened? Or 48 damage. Projectile. So it's supposed to do 50 HP per shot. I just got hit by one. And it did 25. Which also doesn't make shot. Makes sense. Huh. Like that should have done... Like maybe it doesn't show fractional amounts. It just shows you half and then it rounds up or down. Die. Replay system is actually pretty cool. Not gonna lie. They actually went to a lot of work, a lot of trouble to actually make this work. Maybe it was the Reaper. Oh, maybe this was the Reaper. And I wish this game had a damage replay, and it doesn't, like a damage report, and it doesn't. Maybe it's the fucking Reaper. Reaper does a shitload of damage. I guess it happened so fast, the 60 FPS for this replay is not going to cover it, apparently. That's why it died so fast. In-game, it probably wasn't instant. Or maybe it was even, I don't know. Because the servers themselves are 60 ticks, so... I think we just got tick rated. I think this all happened in one tick. I think I took all the damage in one 60 FPS tick. Which is, what, 16 MS? I gotta take a piss, guys. I'll be back. 1 second. Alrighty. Yeah, I guess even then, actually, I don't even know. 60. So if this was 16 MS, I'm pretty sure this is even faster than that. That was like, yeah, I don't think that was stick rate. I'm pretty sure, like, maybe the replays are like 30 FPS or maybe 20. But that wasn't just. It felt like that way in game too, where my health just disappeared. It really makes you wonder sometimes. Actually, was this a Google server or yeah, Google server? Huh. Yeah. Says some of my peak core is thermal throttled. Max temp was 87 Celsius, which is definitely not what we want. Four and five. 4 and 5, not 3. something, though, that's highly consistent. Hmm. Okay, well, that's not what we want. That's under normal operating conditions. I think I'm going to do an undervolt on my CPU, too. Like playing a game. That's not stress testing an application or anything. Oh, you know what we should do also? I think I'm going to reset my settings here. Change anything really important. Leave that for now. I don't know if I need to do that or not. Weird. Yeah, so all that damage was presumably done in one tick or one recording, whatever. It felt that way in the game, too. Try turning some of the C state back on, but not all of it. Okay, I guess it just went past my BIOS. All right. Well, good. Again, I think we're gonna do I'm gonna verify my Overwatch too. See if maybe do a repair. I was on a corruption system for a long time. Corruption motherboard. Corruption board is nomming away at my file system without even knowing it. I actually thinking about upgrading to Windows 11 too because it's supposed to help with the 13900K. I don't think that's necessarily completely true. Um, say 10. I wonder which one is the one that actually fucks things up. It's actually just let's try that. Alrighty. Mm-hmm. Good. Where did my mouse tester go? Way you don't want it to. Where do you guys put the shit on my desktop, guys? Where is it? My 5900X. There's a lot more, even here, there's a lot more variability. No. So it's still kind of messed up. So maybe not C10. Maybe it's the first C states that it goes into instantly. C10 is the deep sleep. Lower the number of the C state, the faster it reacts. Adding like C8, C7. Okay. Enables C10. Ideally, like a deeper sleep should take longer to enter, so it shouldn't matter. So it should react less, which is what we want. Wait longer, react less. Good. Hmm. Everything to finish loading. That looks a lot worse. Huh. I think I made it worse, guys. Feels worse, too, to be perfectly honest. It could be trying to enter the lower C states faster, which is causing this to happen. Okay, let's try turning another one off. I see. I see. I see. Doing the tweaky tweaks, guys. Upside, ever since I got my new motherboard or my new CPU, I haven't had a problem with my sound card turning back on after reboot. Occasionally would happen on my 5900X, but once again, there's a lot of things that are wrong with my 5900X, so unrelated to it being a 5900X. Right. C state, C6 and C7 disable. Kind of going the opposite direction, so it's probably trying to force the lower C states. Making that happen. Better. Better, but it's still... Yeah. Deeper sleep, it goes to... It looks like it's happening still, and the deeper sleep, you can tell when it goes into a deeper sleep. But it's not as often. So the frequency is less because it takes longer for the deeper sleep to kick in. Is that I think I have C9 or C8 that's still left before C10, which I already tried turning off on its own. I got C8. We're going to turn off C8. And then see if I turn them all off except for C state management or whatever it is and see what happens. Yeah. Turned off C8. The only one that's on now is C10. What it looks like without any C on. For the most part, I think these might be normal. C10 is still on. Good. Better than my 5900X ever was, so. Okay. I'm gonna try turning off C10 too and see if it just does anything at all. And I have another idea that might give me some wiggle room. And package C state limit is still there. I don't know exactly what that does. I think it limits how far it goes down while still supporting it, which is kind of pointless, but you can do it just by controlling the C states that it has access to. Yeah. Disabled C10 now. It's probably going to look exactly like the last graph because it wasn't giving the processor any time to ramp down. Good. Mm-hmm. Time to the wait. I just that over there. I just do everything like that. Yeah. Looks almost identical. Actually, it looks better. Let's do that. Better. Problem is, it consumes so much energy, it's causing things to possibly throttle without C states on. I was trying to turn on C10 and then leave it. I'm gonna try a different setting here. I'm gonna try. It's called race to ramp down. I think it is. Turn the C states back on and turn off the race ramp down. And see if that does anything. Takes forever, by the way, to get into the BIOS for some reason. Race to halt. Race to halt will dynamically increase CPU frequency in order to enter package C state faster, which is weird to reduce overall power. Happy Tuesday, ones, guys. Hope you guys are having a wonderful evening. Good. Mm-hmm. Feels pretty good. I did this earlier. I think this was on like this when I first started playing games tonight. That's all over the place. This feels a lot like my 5900X. Actually, this might even be worse than my 5900X. That's not what we want. Race to halt, enable, EST disable. I think the optimal course of action here is just to undervolt it. $40K at stock. Hmm. Hey, Sneeze. Good evening, dude. Okay. On here. Uh, uh, see. I believe this is not what we're looking for. It's amazing how power settings just completely fuck with your inputs, and you don't even notice this stuff because it's in the background unless you have a program to monitor it. How sleep states will fuck with your program. your inputs and general your peripherals. That is not it. That is not the spice of life. Turn off speed shift. That basically makes everything just run all over the E cores and P cores. It basically is required at this point. I turned off CPC on my 5900X. That's an option there. It's not here. PPPC. And was on, and all the other C states were off. C1 and C10. Hmm. Yeah. Trying to think maybe my cooler might be mounted wrong. Oof. Feels tight. Yeah, that's not it. You can see it going in and out of C state, C1 state. That's what all it has to work with in C10. Still, like, relatively, like, my 5900X would get around here. This isn't even that bad. A lot of points that outlie there where this looks more normal. That is not the answer. Guess I'm going to turn on C10 and then see if that does it. Yep. Hmm. 4 and 5? You adjust your E-cores, they go in groups of 4. Four and 5 are my 5.8 gigahertz cores. You have apparently two 5.8 gigahertz cores and 6 5.5 gigahertz cores. It's kind of weird. I don't know why they do that, but apparently that's the case. Because they don't use chiplets. I don't know if that means some of the cores will always be 5.8 and some of them won't be. Been two that are higher, but it could be any two that are on the processor. We're going to try this. That. Okay. What we're going to do here, I'm going to go with that for now. Lots of tweaking, guys. Tweak, 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 tweak. Let's do scan and repair. Four and 5, including core 0, I mean that's 5 and 6, which are actually the ones that are being preferred for my OS here. 0 and 1, by the way, is what your OS puts a lot of shit onto, so it's normal for those to actually get activity on them, regardless of what you're doing. This guy. It's like when you have C states partially disabled, it doesn't actually boost to 5.8 either. Nothing was needed. Okay. Play some Overwatch, guys. Blood. Could be part of the weird shit that's going on is my video card too. I don't know. I have an oldie in here. Older than my motherboard, older than my last processor is my video card. Ancient beast. Survived the Third War. A little bit of a personality too. You know. 1080. I just don't even want to deal with video cards right now, guys. Holy fuck. Still, even to this day, like, you're just going to look for something that's not in stock, and NVIDIA is insane. Even if it is in stock, NVIDIA is just insanely expensive. Animations are still fucked up. Supposed to look that way? Beast of the Third War. Third War.
Strike from above.
Huh.
Aerial positioning underway.
Double.
Triple kill.
Multiple hits confirmed. Got one. Taking off. Swish.
Double.
Crap, you son of a bitch. MS doesn't feel that way.
Repulsion. Mind the gap.
Feels like input delay is higher than normal.
Double.
Establishing aerial position. Scatter. Touch the sky. Messy, but we got it done. Increasing altitude.
Double.
Highest temp is 83 so far, but
Device.
training's not the same thing as an actual quick play game. This doesn't load the same assets and do the same thing. Cause the same amount of load on your processor. We're on a lax server, guys. Los Angeles.
Right out is the name. Glory is the king. If my name was talking and hitting things.
Hey, can I look at the rings on your suit again?
I thought you preferred to stay on the ground.
It's for a different idea I had.
What?
I just thought the view from up there would be inspirational.
Don't you dare close your eyes. Are we doing Walt Disney?
4, 3,
You're gay now?
Aerial positioning underway.
Actually, Farrah might be gay. I don't even know.
8. Enemy is
Shot so delayed. I felt like it should have hit. I got headshot.
Always more to learn.
Hey, look, guys. A guy called Nova that's using the Nova skin. Tee.
Increasing altitude.
I see.
Feeling fortified. This will cut the pace.
Over there.
Messy, but we got it done. Move.
Very delayed, non-reactive. Resing. Huh. Not sure what that's about. Looks like Nova's cheating. Excuse me, the Widow's
Let's
cheating.
show him some air power.
Sniper!
Establishing aerial position.
Yeah. Shots are not going where I'm putting them. I don't know where the Hanzo is. I can hear him.
There's enemies not finished.
Look at the delay between where I'm firing and where it's shooting.
I don't think so.
It is super delayed. It's not 70 MMS either. It's a lot higher than that. I just walked in mine.
Taking off.
Fuck with this input delay.
Position.
Holy cow.
Thanks for the upgrade.
Christ. I fired and I was above the platform and it didn't come out until I was on the bridge. There's a lot of delay here. I'd say it's like 150, maybe 200 MS of delay. 150.
The skies await.
In other news, my CPU isn't throttled yet, but at the expense of whatever the fuck's going on here. Make sure the Mercy dies. Yeah.
60 seconds remaining.
That Widow. Widow trying to get line of sight of me.
Aerial positioning underway.
Lots of fucking delay.
30 seconds remaining.
Widow? So the Widow actually changed hands. This is the original Widow. It is playing the McCree.
Okay, my head's in the game. Repositioning.
Edging you out.
10 seconds.
Keep it tight. These last moments are crucial.
For the Crusaders!
I should just land on the ground or start shooting at someone else. It wasn't even worth me going after them. Out of jets and no shift up, so I couldn't match your height. Again, that's the Widow.
Shake it off.
Objective lost. Stop.
Establishing aerial position. Sniper.
You're falling apart.
Let's show him some air power.
I'm on a
En
target.
route.
Widow once again from earlier.
All systems nominal. Repositioning. Aerial positioning underway.
Oh my god, Winston.
Cybernetic innovation.
You tip.
at its finest.
Cheating for sure. That was pre-aimed through the wall at exact Z height.
I don't stay down.
Good. Good, good, good,
We're
good.
outnumbered. Be careful.
Other Widow left, by the way, and now we got an Ash. So the McCree / original Ash is definitely cheating.
60 seconds.
Original Widow, excuse me.
Increasing altitude. Thanks for the armor. I require
Cool.
Get off. We're almost at the end. Hold
I don't think she was originally cheating on Widow. It does a toggle later on, like 2 minutes in or so. This is super fucking delayed though, holy fuck. CPU isn't throttling though, so there's that. I don't know if it's a server. I think maybe we'll do like one more just to see if it's a server or not.
Air power.
Nanobeast administered.
Like, it's not my FPS, it's my time to fire, which is usually land state. But with this game, even if you have, I have like play on a 25 ms ping, it feels the same. It doesn't matter what my ping is. You'll still feel the latency if you're like on an 80 ms server or even like a 140. But there's definitely a difference between like that and when you push the button and something doesn't come out of your gun.
Thanks for the upgrade.
Play another one at this. I want to see whether or not this is actually my settings that I just set here or the server. Creed is definitely cheating. Gotta figure out if we can line of sight on that. I think we got line of sight. Yeah, we did. He's trying to get around the edges, but he couldn't. Can't shoot my feet either because he can't actually aim. What a dumb shit. Don't solo on me when I'm playing a tank. It makes sense. Don't be smart. Don't be smart. Bob is. Too many messages, because that's what I'm trying to... Oh, yeah? And there's a lot of pre-aim there, by the way. 100% cheating, as I mentioned before. Called that pretty early on when he was doing that fucking weird-ass shit. He flicked me off screen as Widow earlier. This is something good cheaters generally don't do, because it's easy to notice. That's not normal. Oh, that sucks. I'm dead.
Shake it off.
Oh, everyone's skulls, guys. Yes. Hee 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 hee. Okay. Yeah. And as mentioned before, our McCree friend is cheating.
Play of the game.
Guy.
That'll tan your hair.
Yes, Gene, we're gonna do another one. I don't know. It's kind of weird, rare to get onto a lax server, so we'll see if it's a server or if it's my settings are just absolutely fuckered. Which could be my settings. Oh, it did thermally throttle. It says it throttled.
Strike from above.
When, I don't know. Kind of weird because the maximum temperature it's showing is 84 Celsius.
Now entering mid-cap.
The 100 Celsius. I wonder if my motherboard is doing this. Supposed to be higher than that.
Strike from above.
Work together and we'll make it through.
That'd kind of be neat if I actually could... I think it's actually set to 80. I think my motherboard has it set to 80 Celsius, even though it should be like 100 for most motherboards. Actually have to change that, figure it out. So I was messing with the C states, particularly because I wanted to stop it from thermal throttling
5,
I am
4,
by reducing some power usage.
2, 1.
Need it.
Attack commencing. Capture objective.
Good.
Get your head down or lose it.
not on my watch.
Widow.
I'm not done yet. Boosting you, Fariha.
Suck my dick, Mercy.
Taken down. I will not waste
What's going on here? And that didn't push for some reason. Yeah.
taking the fully movement.
Still up there? Wait.
Objective A captured. Destroy the building.
Thanks for the assist.
Can't do any foot shots right now either.
Up and away.
Tough. That looks like an aimbot with possibly a minimum. Yeah, that's an aimbot with a possibly minimum accuracy
Okay,
or minimum
my head's in the game.
distance. Excuse me. Good for him.
Positioning.
Minimum lock distance.
Personne n'échappe à mon regard. I need healing.
Yeah. Yeah.
I will not waste this attack.
Shoot them all off.
Over there. Excellent.
That's not what I wanted to do. No. Didn't have the angle for that. I was trying to line of sight everything else. Huh.
Need reinforcements. Can I get an ETA?
But the Widow doing the pop shot earlier, not noticing anything weird. Soldier's definitely cheating though.
Got one here.
Thanks.
Let's get him.
Oh. headshot. Good.
Thanks for this. I'm back.
Widow's cheating as well. She toggled. So she's a toggler where she watches her accuracy and then goes into spurts. Yeah. This guy's missing a shitload of shots earlier. He couldn't hit me while he's standing right in front of me and missed like 4 or 5 shots in a row. 100% cheating. So it's a cheat group. Does that mean the soldier's not toggled anymore? I think they might exchange toggle. Let's find out. No, soldier's still toggled. My god, a miss! But also could be because he ducked behind cover. Or hit register. So we're probably winning this. We aren't going to get the next point unless they give it to us because they want to extend the match. Awesome. Nothing to do with swapping characters. The only thing you can do is swap characters and hope they toggle off. For fun. We got shot by the Widow while I was in the middle of the punch, guys. Widow again. So she banked the accuracy at the beginning of the match up until halfway through here. She's probably going to toggle off in a bit here, too. So she doesn't get stat banned.
My head's in the game. On the move.
Surprise! Right when I came around the corner. Good for him. Yeah. Widow's shooting me out of nowhere, in the middle of nowhere. Yeah. Teleport. Good. Soldier's still toggled. Yep. Good for him.
Time to kick some tail. En route.
At this point, just basically waiting to get data points. Wait for the match to end so we can report people and move on to the next match. I think we actually saw a detach there too. So I'd definitely say that there's a minimum attach range. What happens is if you have a mouse and it doesn't mirror the aim closely enough, it'll actually detach. And then they have to reattach it. So you'll see shit like that. As well. And the Widow insta-killed me. Headshot. Good for her.
Help me move the payload.
Positioning.
We'll go sit on the cart because they seem to try and target me. They can push a little bit. Actually, wise, we aren't even doing bad. Which is fucking hilarious. Uh-huh. See someone peek that? Yep. Vera is 100% cheater bait, guys. Good shit.
Meteor strike.
We'll probably hear them say something about how many deaths you have at the end of the match, too. It also looks like an aimbot. Holy fucking shit.
Making another approach.
Only kill.
On the move.
By the way, it's not. You don't even need an aimbot with Mercy. She shoots fucking buses. It is incredibly easy to fucking hit shots in Mercy. They toggled off now? What's going on here? Why are we getting ground? No, Soldier's definitely still toggled. Now, as is the Widow. No, I think they're just doing really bad because they're bad players. That'll happen.
Skies await.
Coming at you.
Keep attacking. Aerial positioning activated.
Widow's missing. Oh my god. Another weird fucking thing. Yeah, Soldier's not toggled off. Is right before the end of the match. This isn't all the time, but I'd say like half the cheaters will toggle off right before the end of the match for some reason.
No one
Widow's definitely toggled off. Very weird. She's missing a shitload of shots now. Look at this shit. So we probably can push her and kill her, and then she'll have to toggle again. Let's try moving in. Fucking aimbot, Soldier still. Oh. Alright. Let's do some reports. So this guy toggled.
Play of the game.
Obvious, and the Widow toggle was also pretty obvious. She went from hitting absolutely, and she did it again at the end, went from hitting absolutely no shots to hitting absolutely all of her shots. The Widowmaker. Yeah, extremely big difference in accuracy. Zen wasn't meant to flank, they would have given him footsteps. That's pretty good. So, cheat lobby again. Oh, and the Mercy too. Yeah, and that's pretty. Occasionally you'll see that. You don't fucking need an aimbot when you play Mercy. She fucking shoots buses out of her bus gun. There's no need for an aimbot when you have a bus gun. It literally just shoots buses at people. And the hitbox or the size of the projectile is extreme. It's huge as fuck. That's what she said. It is huge as shit. We've talked about this multiple times. She doesn't actually need. She doesn't need an aimbot if you're remotely competent. Insane. Look how far away my projectile is. It's not even the same size as the blob.
Now this is brain
It's
surgery.
insane. You have to be basically brain dead to not be able to hit shots with Mercy. How far away? Even if you include the size of the projectile, like if the size of this projectile matched the actual hitbox of the projectile, it would be huge. It would be like the size of this guy's fucking torso. Look at that. Look how far away I am from the arm compared to where it's hitting. Like, they do that on purpose. They don't want you to know the actual size of the projectile because it'd be silly. It looks silly in the game, and they know it looks silly. But it actually exists like this. You look at the size of the blobs that are coming out, it's basically the size of the crosshair. So it's basically 4 times, maybe 3 times the size of the crosshair. That little circle in the crosshair is basically the size of the blob. Now if we look at like Soldier, you.
Someone needs to fill this saddle. Chew on that.
Could be the model slightly fucked up too. There. There.
See that?
See where McCree, how close McCree has to be before it hits. Completely different. That's Mercy with her bus gun, though. Good. Good. Okay. Alrighty, guys. I'm out here for tonight, guys. There's going to be more tweaking in the future. Have to tweak. Got to tweak. There's a lot of tweaking to do. Tweak. Because brand new system and it acts completely different. Oh, somewhat different than my 13900K. But I am out here for this evening, guys. Tomorrow will be more Overwatch 2. If you are new to the stream, you enjoyed the bullshit, you enjoyed the fun, you enjoyed the tweaking, you enjoyed looking at my face, use the follow button in the top right-hand corner. You stream every day from evening to late night, GMT-6, so 8 to 9 p.m. Central Standard Time to 1 to 2 a.m. Give or take, depends on my life, what's happening, etc., guys. I had an enjoyable time. It's fun. We ran into some cheater lobbies here at the end. That will happen in general. That's just the way things go. But hopefully in the future, we'll be able to nail things down. The weird bit when we're playing on the lax server definitely felt like there was a significant amount of input delay. And I don't know if that was actually just the server ping, which is about 70 ms, or what it was. Because I've played on lax before and it's never been that bad. But tonight was kind of shit. Yeah, guys. Anyways, guys, thanks for watching my stream as always, and I hope you guys have a wonderfully fantastic Tuesday night and Wednesday morning. Have a good day, guys.